Another episode of Sight, Sounds, and Conversations done and uploaded and ready for everybody to watch. Oh, fuck. I only lost a culminated 32 hours of sleep, but I'll make it. What's more important is that I finally got this fucking tape. We don't have any MacGuffins here. I finally got the tape. Where the fuck am I? Hello? Where am I? Why the fuck am I? Oh, what happened to my leg? Oh, no. Oh, I thought I was finally away from here. Hello? Where's that There's the rings. What? My leg. What happened? What's the? Please, if there's somebody in here, just let me out, please. I've already given you so much. I promise I'll find the tape. I have the tape. I have the tape. Where is it? I need to get out of this. Oh no! Please, look. I promise we'll get it to you. I'm just gonna need more time, please. Oh, my leg. Oh, no. The phone's in here. I found the phone. Look, I found the phone. I'm just. Hello. Hello.
Hello and welcome to Sight Sounds and Conversations, and I am your host, Codex Encyclopedia. And welcome to the first episode of Season 3. We're glad to have you be a part of our audience. And on today's show, we're going to be having performances by the artists Sarin, Senza, Kinesis, and theyfriend. Along with that, we will also be having our music video block, art gallery, and we will be doing a replay of our past conversation we had with our producer and one of our co-leads over at our art department, Sega Octopus. But before we do so, we'd just like to have a couple words with all of you here. And, well, what way do we have to start season 3 than by bringing a mixture of things in which we feel that here at Sight Sounds and Conversations continue to not only capture but give a good balance and contrast to what we here believe is some of the beauty that we really find in a lot of music, whether it be improvised sounds, whether it be something that is a lot more technical, and although both can be conceptual, something that can be improvised and something that is a lot more technical by, I wouldn't want to say by the books and numbers, as I feel it's a somewhat derivative term to use. They both continue to capture their own perseverance of bringing us sounds that we here again feel are original. On this show, and further going on for this season 3, we're going to expand further on, besides just capturing music and also trying to bring to you all different forms of art. We're also going to be doing new segments that we are going to currently be undergoing further investigations and workings as we are currently recording and working on this episode you're now watching. Another thing I'd also like to bring up is that in season 3 we are trying some more new stuff that you will see, but we haven't quite figured out yet what they will be until we eventually get there. As here on this show, just very much like the nature of our artists, although we think stuff through and we like to be technical, we also like to improvise things. And by improvise, we mean just try things, either whether it's a last minute change that needs to be made to apply better satisfaction to one of the artists we may be collaborating with and trying to bring them a closer vision to what they're trying to also have provided for us as far as the music, sometimes when we're helping out with visuals. And once again, thanks to Sega Octopus and also Futuro Surf, who have previously worked on visuals, as well as always in the room, Dominic, who as well has done previous work on visuals. With that said, some of the things we're going to be trying are, again, may work, it may be reoccurring segments, or maybe things that we will do once and may not come back. It's really close to, again, one of the things that we are very influenced by, which is the early spirit of what Adult Swim once was. And this isn't coming to be, some form of critique of how their shows or what their shows are now, but more so the programming and the block, how it used to be back before, the internet became such a bigger prevalent influence on even how TV now is made and, distributed to people that still pay for cable. Is totally different than what I feel was the beginning of like a lot of Adult Swim's programming. Although it didn't start in 2001, I feel like in 2001, 2002 was really in the time when Adult Swim, at least in my personal experience, really caught my eye. And although it's not the only influence in our show, the only reason I bring this bit of a tangent up is because, well, the relevance here is that, again, we're going to be trying different things that may be reoccurring things, or may not be. With all this said, how about we go ahead and start the show? So let's go and take a quick break, and we will be bringing you our music video block. So stick around and, well, enjoy the show. Thank you.
What's up? This is Drink Your Tears.
My name is Big Lots.
My name is Vapor Source,
and you're
watching Sight, Sounds, and Conversations.
With Codex Encyclopedia. Watch it. Yeah.
Welcome back. And for those of you that have been watching our show since either season 2 or 1, you have all been aware of our music video block. For those of you that haven't and are first time viewers, let's go ahead and explain what our music video block is. What our music video block is pretty self-explanatory in its name. But for those of you that didn't get an opportunity to experience old MTV, well, this is what we'd like to sort of bring back for those of you that would like either, again, a rehash of that old experience, or to experience this in a similar setting for the very first time. One of the reasons we here at the show feel that this music video block is not only personally my favorite thing that we have on our show that we've been doing since season 1, but for a lot of us here on the show, it's because it also gives the opportunity for a lot of artists that we're hoping to either one day have in the future, or for those that we've had in the past, give something else again to continue to bring our viewers further insight of where their creative careers are currently ongoing, and just some of the visuals that go along with the music that these artists continue to share with a lot of us. Along with that, one of the things that also is really important in this music video block is that for any of you that are watching that may be interested in make music, this is where we also do a call to action for any of you that are interested in being part of this show and may not necessarily have the time, opportunity, or have the catalog yet to be a full-on performer on the show. This music video block is also a place where we invite any of you that want to go ahead and either make a music video, or if you want to go ahead and get in contact with somebody that could help with that, even here at the show, feel free to get in contact with us and some of the various platforms we're on, and we could either work with you or point you towards somebody that could help you with something of that sort. But with all that said, let's go ahead and get into our music video block. We hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
He always coughs at pianissimo. The man in the back row with optimum microphone adds to the music with bodily functions, a riot the pattern and gesticulation like classical music on radio station. Conductor, please take it easy. The creak of the seat, the opera completed. Conductor, please take it easy. The creak of the seat, the opera completed. Organized noises are parts of the music. For coughs and for sneezes, the belches and wheezes. The man in the back row with optimum microphone adds to the music with bodily function. Conductor, please take it easy. The creak of the seat, the opera completed. Conductor, please take it easy. opera completed. In the back row with optimum microphone adds to the music with bodily functions, awry at the pattern and gesticulations like classical music on radio stations. Organized noises are parts of the music, for coughs and for sneezes, and belches and wheezes. The man in the back row onto my microphone adds to the music with bodily function. Conductor, please take it easy. The creak of the sea, the opera completed. Conductor, please take it easy. The creak of the sea, the opera completed. Conductor, please. Conductor, please. Conductor, please.
Look at me. I am a joker. I am a hoaxer. Look at me. I am ugly. My face is without expression. I am small. I am like all of you.
Do me some music.
Goodbye.
Thank you. That was our set.
Kentucky Workers' Comp Fund Specialist. You don't become a specialist overnight. Just ask Ben Brumley of Cardinal Carrier. Our company has been in business for 54 years.
understand the concept of supply and demand. I'm a business if you understand the concept of supply and demand.
Just eat your eggs, dear.
So
bananeira não sei, bananeira será? É bananeira sei, não há maneira de ver. Bananeira não sei, bananeira será? É bananeira sei, não, isso é lá com você. Bananeira não sei, bananeira será? É bananeira sei, não há maneira de ver. Bananeira não sei, bananeira será? É bananeira sei, não, isso é lá com você.
Watch the faces and places go by. Just a pyramid of love in a good time. But it's fast and slow and quiet and loud at the same time. Frozen bodies every day this week.
My name is Hot Rock, Super Jordan, I love weed. My name is Hot Rock, smoking pot, yeah. Tight pants, showing what I got. My peacock shock event about to drop like boom, yeah. Kinda hip hop, but a lot more rock and roll. Don't pay my toll, I kept my soul. Smoke a joint, then I smoke a bowl. I ain't doing what I'm told, yeah, I'm doing what I plan. Cause I'm the man, I'm getting high when I can. Cause I love weed like I need it. And if I can't be smoking on the weed, yo, I'm gonna eat it. Yeah, cause I negotiate like a negotiator. Yo, that last rhyme is whack, there's gonna be a lot more of that later. Cause I'm Hot Rock, Super Joint, and I love weed. Yeah, my name is Hot Rock, Super Joint, and I love weed. Yo, you see I'm hot rock, solid as a rock, but probably not solid as Dwayne Johnson, The Rock. Cause that dude probably spends like a lot of money on gym memberships and whatever those muscle peeps consume, and I just spend my cash on weed. But I'm rock like solid, yo. Rock like really hard, like harder than what wasn't The Rock, in the space where The Rock be defined to exist, but not on such a small level that the atoms of The Rock and what The Rock ain't mingle. Cause The Rock ain't that hard on a subatomic level. Yo, wait, what the hell? Was that a Reggie Watts routine just hijacking my flow? Too high to really know, yo. Cause I'm Hot Rock, Super Joint, and I love weed. Yeah, my name is Hot Rock, Super Joint, and I love weed, yo. Yeah. DJ Swampy on the scratch, we lit up, now we got tracks. Weed rhymes over wick, whack, blip, blap, vocoder, kick, snare, and hi-hat. Yeah, I recorded his tracks up with the iPad. Smoking joints rolled using the whiz pack. Filter like a W in the joint bag. WB for weed, cause I love that. Hot Rock, Super Joint, and I love weed. Yeah, my name is Hot Rock, Super Joint, and I love weed, yo. Yo, man, I'm Hot Rock, Super Joint, and I love weed. Yeah, my name is Hot Rock, Super Joint, and I love weed.
That's a hot take. So I have a hot take for you. My hot take? Well, I think some artists need to put a little more energy in their live set.
Overly complicated tracks are things that kind of ruin a track to me.
Don't stick to any kind of genre label.
Future bass is the worst music genre ever created.
Barber Beats was the original vaporwave. Fuck General MIDI Choir, it's all bad.
Bruh.
Worst album artwork I've ever seen is Green Day's Father of All Motherfuckers, probably.
I find new music often, and I usually illegally download it.
Stuff that sounds good. Sample is vaporwave. It's still vaporwave, buddy. MIDI wave is a form of vaporwave. Deal with it. Gen Z is the future of vaporwave. I said it.
What is your musical guilty pleasure, Vapebearer?
It's gotta be K-pop.
If you don't like mint chocolate chip ice cream, you are a baby.
Music isn't real.
I smell weed.
I'm Dan Mason. This is Babe Eric. This is FM Skyline.
This is Mesh.
Yo, this is Groovy Kaiju.
This is Christ. You're listening to
Hot Takes.
That's the one.
Don't touch my records. Ever.
And now, time for our first performer of the night, which is none other than Sarin, an improvisational four-piece coming from Des Moines, Iowa, that features none other than our past performer, Heaven Drugs. And what can we say about the music and the performance in which we're about to share with all of you here? Well, Sarin is an artist, they're a band. You know, I see them all as a, not to get a little nerdy here, but a Voltron-like Megazord type of collaboration. You'll see why, because the way that they work off of one another in their performances and in all their releases, which, by the way, in their Bandcamp, they have up to plus 30 sessions already, and each one of them sounds completely unlike the other. And the sounds, again, aren't just jammy. They go from ambient to noise to experimental, jazzy, you name it. And it's very much similar to that of our current season we're in. And I don't mean season 3, I mean the current season that we're in, being springtime. Springtime is very, depending on where you're at, unpredictable, and Sarin brings that unpredictability with that nature-esque twist to not only this set but their overall body of work, which is why we feel that they were perfect for not only our season 3 premiere but for an episode that is taking place in the springtime. So we hope you enjoy this performance by Sarin. Thank you. ex-performers, or Senza. A post-hardcore screamo noise black metal mix that, well, those genres, and trying to say that they're a mix of that, I feel is still, no pun intended for those that if they know, pigeonholing the band here. But their 2019 most recent release, which for those that stick around, we'll be talking to the drummer Mason. Their release, Even a Worm Will Turn, which came out in 2019, almost feels somewhat like it was looking ahead into the future almost without meaning to do so. And with this upcoming performance that you're about to see, it not only catches you by surprise by how this is going to be a glimpse into a band during and like, mind you, all bands, artists, musicians go through an evolution, but this band, and I can't emphasize enough, their reoccurring persistence and perseverance and conviction for what they bring, and the emotion that I feel that their music really represents, and you'll hear more about it in the interview afterwards, is something that I not only find refreshing, but makes me feel hopeful for a lot of music of the similar nature that I was very fond of growing up and I was younger. And I can't say that things have been really different, but you know, being in the interview, I very much talk about this. I go around and listen to all types of music, and to see that a type of sound that I had been very fond of growing up has remained similar in that energy, but has also evolved in a way that feels refreshing, is something that makes me feel happy, not only for that particular genre and styles of music, but also for artists who, again, continue to push many of the different sounds that we've had on the show forward. And, well, let's go ahead and now get into the performance by Senza. Thank you. Senza Sordino is a terminology that can be applied in varying ways. When interpreted through the use of a horn section, it is usually called without mute, and what happens there is what you just saw in this brief little introduction here. When applied to piano playing, it is basically the playing without holding the sustain pedal. The reason I bring up this is because the artist we just saw was Senza, which now, without mute, taking the mute of Sordino out, you have Senza, which is just without. And what a proper name for a band that comes, again, with no pun intended, it comes without any form of boundaries or restrictions, because as they currently sit here, and by sit here and they, we do mean that it's none other than drummer Mason.
Hello.
We are looking at them sitting at 10 years, which congratulations to the entirety of the band.
Thank you so much.
And in 2019, we had their most and their latest release, sorry about that, which is Even a Worm Will Turn, which in my slight trip here, I will say was an album that found itself almost prophetic in a way in which it was able to capture things that I quite honestly feel collectively we all went through. At the same time, the evolution and the creation of this band's music has also felt quite coincidental and at times even incidental in certain ways by just doing some exploration of the band leading up to this interview. But the overall thing that I would like for a lot of us today through this interview and through the work of Senza to come through, or at least pull from, to be quite more precise, is that the persistence to push through moments of intense anxiety can come with a form of liberation that feels just as rewarding as that of a really well-rounded workout routine or exercise. And with that, I want to go ahead and welcome Mason to our interview. Thank you very much for being here with us today.
Yeah, of course. Thanks. I'm so glad to be here. Appreciate you asking me on.
I'm really, first off, flattered, and I'm honored for you to have a time to be on the show, given that you're both a family person and you're also somebody who, again, given that we have all gone through things, Senza has still not by any means felt dormant, even though, your last release was back in 2019, you guys have still been going quite hard at playing shows and been going at it. So I want to start by asking, for artists and for people currently watching that may not have known already or may not know of you all, again, I just mentioned in the introduction 10 years of you guys being together. Your first release came out in 2015, however. At least the first release that we have been able to locate through just digging through the internet here. Now you're about to go and play a show in Germany, if I'm correct, which, again, congratulations for that.
So yeah, that isn't actually going to happen, unfortunately. But
Oh.
we got invited to play a festival in Germany, and we won't be able to afford to make it over there, which is a bummer. But it was a very big honor to be invited to play something like that, and it was cool for them to reach out to us. So we definitely would love to do something like that in the future, but unfortunately, because of money circumstances, we weren't able to make it happen.
And I am quite sorry to hear that, but even with that, the question that this was leading up to is, and it's still actually very appropriate, what's the best piece of advice you can give artists who feel at times they've been set back by something, whether it be financially or even given something like a world event that, you know, would probably set people back as well? Because your album, even, you know, A World Will Turn, like, it came out in 2019, like towards the middle end, where, you know, I feel like you guys could have had an entire like world to just kind of run towards during those years.
Yeah, you know, so that's a good question. Definitely when the pandemic happened, we stopped practicing as much as a group and didn't play shows for quite some time. So overcoming hardships like that is definitely something that we're not inexperienced with. What I would say that my best piece of advice for people who are going through those types of things is to focus on focus on anything that you can to find a way to be creative, even if you're not like putting it out or releasing it, just like for yourself, and finding time to really prioritize taking care of your creative self, and like putting any amount of effort into trying to make something work, even if it's not like if you're in a band but you can't, like something's going on where you or your members can't meet, like just finding time to like put effort into making music yourself, any amount of time, as much as often as possible, I think was the best thing for me during most of those times, and how I would say we've survived, because our guitar player moved to Portland a couple years ago, and so we don't actually get to practice as much as we did at one time in the band's lifetime. But you know, we all kind of focus on our own thing, and then when we do get an opportunity to get together, it feels really special because we've been putting that time in on our own levels. But I think that, to answer your question again, just to sum it all up, I would say like just taking care of yourself and finding a way to have a creative outlet, even if it's at a smaller level at the one that you're trying to be, is the best thing that you can do for those situations.
Yeah. And, you know, when, again, I was doing my research leading up to this interview, I couldn't help but, again, just feel like there was something maybe significant about, you know, having started the band in 2013 but releasing something in 2015. Had you released something in that window that maybe you decided to take down, or was it just also leading into what you just answered, you know, taking time to just kind of get to feel each other out as musicians?
You know, well, so let's see. Everything that we've released, I think, is on Bandcamp. And so there was a demo up at one point that I think we released in 2014, at the beginning of 2014, I believe, but it didn't sound very good, and it was all the same material that's on the self-titled from 2015 that we recorded in 2014. So that pretty much everything that's up there is what we've got going on. The only reason why it took us that long, Tim and I, the whole band was in music school together at the University of Oregon for the first 4 years, until some other members left and Helena became our guitarist. And so just being in school makes it hard, I think, to, like, Tim and I were in, actually most of the band was in music school. So trying to focus on school music, like, you know, academic music, while also trying to focus and have time on, like, your own independent music and music for your own self is a difficult thing to do. But we actually ended up recording that self-titled release at the School of Music, which was pretty cool. I get an opportunity to do. And those early days when we were at the school, we used the school for all kinds of stuff. Like a lot of our practices were just in percussion practice rooms. And we even held shows at the school pretty regularly in just like classrooms late at night, and would let people in the locked doors. And they were all approved through the school, but it was an interesting time to say the least.
Yeah, no, it sounds amazing. And that's actually where I was going to lead into the next question, which I couldn't help but notice that the band has had a lot of varying lineup changes, and I wanted to know a lot of how those were more or less structured, but you already sort of answered that question. To be again precise, if it sounds like I'm re-asking, I do apologize. But so a lot of the members did go to the same school, or they just all went to art school? Or like
No,
music
so
school?
we were all at the U of O School
Okay.
of Music and Dance. Tim and I, who's now the bass player, when the band first started, he was on guitar, and Tim and I were both in the percussion school together and graduated in 2017 together. And then the bass player, we had a bass player in the very beginning that played our very first show, who we quickly removed because he wasn't taking it seriously. So he's not worth mentioning. But the bassist that joined shortly after was my buddy Spencer, who was in the school as well. He was in a different program, but still at the music school. And then we got a second guitar player, was my buddy Brandon, who is like an old man, but he was in the School of Music as well. So we were that band for some time, and then Brandon moved to California, and Spencer moved back to Portland when he graduated before we did. And so Helena joined on guitar. And she wasn't at the school, but we were just doing the thing, the three-piece, and that's when Helena joined on guitar, that's when Tim moved to bass because Spencer moved out of the band as well. So we became a three-piece. And when that happened, actually, Tim sort of came to me and said, "Hey Mason, do you want to go all in on being Jerome's dream?" And I was like, "Yeah, let's do it." And so he's like, I'm gonna be Eric," and I was like, "Great, let's do it."
You know, it's funny that you mentioned Jerome's dream because we were actually leading into this question, but to still stay within the lineup, and that you mentioned Helena specifically, I wanted to actually. You kind of helped me get to this question together further, but I was looking at some of the more recent footage that, if we're able to get some of it, we'll put it here in this small piece. But I was looking at some of the more recent show footage with Helena playing, and it seems like one of the best things that is still Senza has going for it is the almost seamless way to have had so many, varying artists, and like how even some of you have had your roles, but still the formula or the way in which the music has developed itself has still felt not only organic but very very focused. Do you feel at all that that's like intentional? Like, do a lot of you as a band have a lot of the similar, like, not only musical taste, but even like at certain points conceptual production, like some type of viewpoints, or is there ever moments in time which it just comes more to figuring out what still sounds like a sense as a unit?
Oh, that's a good question. So, I mean, I think that in terms of compositional, like aesthetic preferences, for the most part, when we go to write Senza material, it comes together pretty well, and we have sort of the same ideals and know what the sound we want it to be. A lot of the time, Helena will write guitar parts first, and we'll all come together and just like work the song out through what she's already got written. And we'll make tweaks as a group, or back before Helena was in the band, Tim and I would just like sit there, and sometimes I would sing him parts and he would play it on guitar, and then we'd do that. So a lot of it was pretty organic in terms of that, and also we all have our own tastes, of course, but we have, and there's a lot of overlap. where we all three of us align in terms of like what we like to listen to, but we each also have our own individual preferences that the others don't like as well. Like, I think that we had a show once that we were gonna play in years past, and then Helena backed out we weren't able to play it because she wanted to go see Carly Rae Jepsen. So, we all have our own tastes and individual preferences, but for the most part, it's pretty uniform and inclusive.
Well, I mentioned that because, again, at a closer listen, I couldn't help but to just... And something like Bandcamp also does help with a lot of the different genre tags that a lot of people put on their releases. But, hearing stuff like... the way in which you, as a band, utilize, and as a three-piece, to add quite to it more... is in a way that, again, like, to go back to what I was talking about before we began our interview, it's so refreshing because it looks back at these things but uses them as a form of booster rather than really staying too long within the confines. Like, I hear the obvious post-hardcore, but then there's also like math rock, but then you guys go into like ambient noise sections, which I heard a lot between mostly the interludes of the album, and of even A Worm Will Turn. But the way in which it's done is something in which feels, again, it's intentional, and it feels like, not necessarily, and I hope that this isn't by any means trying to feel like I'm giving any secret or way you're trying to get to anything like that, but the vocal delivery is where I'll start. I have definitely noticed the change in the way that vocals have been approached in the band in its almost 10-year history, and I really do appreciate the way in which you guys present vocals, because when you really look at the lyrics and you listen along to what the lyrics are saying, with a lot of the imagery of birds as well, in not just the lyrics but even in some of the art, I can't help but feel that there's a big interest in Senza as a band in what is human anxiety. Would I be correct to assume that?
I mean, yeah, definitely. We back in the beginning, I might still say it, but on our Facebook description, like when I first made the Facebook page, it said "anxious humans making sad music." And so, I mean, definitely that's a pretty central part of, especially a lot of our earlier music, I would say. It definitely plays a role in the new album, or not. It's not new, even A Worm Will Turn, but the album itself. But definitely something, and the interludes especially, where the whole album is definitely meant to be like one big work of art, and how it all flows together. Sort of better listened to when you can sit through the whole thing, because all of the tracks like flow into each other and are sort of through composed in a way where it's definitely meant to like kind of, it's not telling a story as much as it is just like here it is, it all goes together. So definitely some of those interludes, especially, you can sort of feel like anxiety building, and how some of them are slower and some of them are kind of speed up a little bit. So definitely, I would say that anxiety is a part of the styling.
See, and I'm glad you mentioned that specific part about how there's not a specific story, because at no point did I feel like it was a specific story structure. And with the bird imagery, I felt like, specifically with the interludes where you hear like the footsteps and the walking, it's like there's birds that are going through just as much pressure and as much anxiety of their own by the fact that they have to cohabit in a society where we're basically imposing a lot of things that are kind of messing with their life, for lack of a better term. But at that same sense, they're also getting almost, voyeuristic like exposure to humans in some of the most intimate moments that we as people don't even realize are intimate moments. Like, say for example, an anxiety built by whatever thing may be going on in one specific person's day, but they don't realize it, but from the sky view of a bird it's caught and it's moving on to the next kind of thing, while again at the same type I just feel that the bird itself is and continues to live within a form of continuous anxiety to provide for, whether it's chicks or for its own sake of survival. So maybe I'm being a little too poetic and looking too much into it, but the way in which I feel that you guys were doing this musically is something again that I feel is probably, in my own opinion, something that has spoken a lot to a lot of your listeners and a lot of the people that have really spoke. Like, I feel that there's something that, not just music in the type of genres you guys are dealing with, but when an artist is able to almost inadvertently capture these types of emotions through their own musical compositions, and they're not even meaning to. It's one of those things that, again, certainly says a lot to why you're still all together after 10 years and why the band's still going strong.
Thank you.
No problem. And again, this is why I say that it has been a really good honor to be able to have had this time, because, another band that I feel that is doing a similar type of thing you guys are doing, but on a different level and a different way. And I don't know if maybe you're too familiar with them, but it's the Callous Boys. Yeah, I think the way that they're approaching some of their musical structures is not very. It's like you guys are on the same coin, but on a different end, because what you guys are doing is a lot more, I would almost say, like, and I don't know if, again, you guys are meaning to, but you guys are like a screamo version almost of like Edgar Allan Poe in a way, and I don't even think you guys are trying to do that, and
I like that. That's awesome.
And with something with like the Callous Boys, I feel like it's a little, I mean, just the name itself just has a little bit more of a straight on like southern tinge to it, like,
Sure, yeah.
And it's great. However, I
Callous
think
Cowboys are sick.
Yeah, the production and it's the main thing that you guys are just so different on, because you guys are really
Right.
like raw in the comparison to some of the tracks and how they go about it. Is there an actual reason for that? Is one of you, particularly in the band, also heavily influenced by like more like lo-fi, whether it be rock music or even noise itself, or is that just something that?
I mean, especially the early recordings, everything before the album, we sort of did on like a DIY level. Recorded it all either by ourselves with stuff that we had, or with friends that had equipment. And not to say that there wasn't a lot of work put in by the people that did help us when we used things that weren't ourselves, but I think that the final product on a lot of that earlier material wasn't as quality as we had always wanted it to be. And so when we recorded the LP, we spent some money that we had saved to go into a studio in Portland and record with someone we know up there who's an engineer. So I think that the only reason why that lo-fi aesthetic, I mean, there's the tape, the 2016 tape, right?
That's specifically where I was thinking about the most.
Yeah, so I mean, so we used it was kind of just like for fun, and yeah, my bass player Tim, he had like a 4-track just tape, like straight to tape recorder, and so we just put these microphones around his house and played the set live, and so those tapes are just like live recordings, and it was kind of just like a fun experiment. I don't know. Tim definitely has grown up with messing around with like electronics and I can't like modding kids' toys to do like pitch bending and shifting or whatever. So he's a goofus. I love him, and those tapes from 2016 are pretty fun. I don't know. I think the really cool thing about that was that we did multiple takes of that set for that tape, and like burned like we had 3 master tapes of the 3 different versions of the set, and then released them without labeling them. So like some people may have like version A, and some people may have version B, and some people have version C, and they're all basically the same thing, but there's like little differences here and there, which I think is kind of just a cool, fun thing.
Hey, no. First off, I'm gonna say you guys are quite humble. You're quite humble by saying that your old first recordings were in that. Because again, I can't help but to think specifically about this 2016 release that you guys had put together and the concept of it. Even if it was just trying to get yourselves familiar, I mean, some of that stuff can't come without like having at least some familiarity and know-how of what you're going to get yourselves into. I understand that as musicians progress, everybody like to think and knows for a fact that their production is getting better, but I still think that there's still a lot of validity production-wise with what some of you guys are doing. I mean, I'm sure you've listened to some rips on YouTube of some of like the like Nordic like black metal like tapes, and I mean, come on, let's be real, some of those you're like, I know I'm listening to black metal. I just would love to distinguish some of the like instruments a little more.
Yeah.
And that's you guys funny. Are not doing that by any means. So like,
sure.
One thing I do want to, and before it entirely slips me, was that said is did you guys digitize those different recordings of each one of those 4, or they were just like we recorded it and we put it out, and that was it?
I think that there probably was digitized versions of all 3 at some point. I don't know if we have them anymore because it's been so long. I know that so if you're looking at, I'm looking at it right now on Bandcamp, there's the 1 track on that release and it says 3. So I think that's like the third version of it.
Okay.
But I don't know. Yeah, someone would have to probably have the tapes and rip them, because we didn't take good care of all that stuff back in the day. I didn't think that anybody would have been caring or thinking about these things, any amount of time. It sort of just felt like it was going out into the ether at the time, and it was kind of like, we're silly. Look what we did. Like, I think when we released the Akira split in 2017, we sold it on mini CD. We went to St. Vincent de Paul, and like they had like this box of like 100 mini CDs, like the GameCube size CDRs. And we just burned a bunch of them onto that, and I don't know, every time we sold them, we're like, don't put this in a thing that sucks the disc in, because it'll just like spin around your tray. Like, only put it in a disc tray that you can set it in. And they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We definitely don't have the masters anymore, and I wish we did, because that would be sick. But I don't think we ever thought that it would be important to save them. So.
Well, again, the band's humility continues, but also you guys managed to make some lost media for yourselves, because, I think it'd be interesting to hear how those, because depending on what mix or what you're talking about in the take, I'm sure they may like differ from like having some that you're almost catching on production again of like something like Sonic Youth 1980s like tape, or some other one may probably sound something to like a black metal show. Who knows? And that's kind of the interesting thing of why I was asking, did you digitize them? Because I would have, and yeah, people are interested in that kind of stuff, and why wouldn't they? I mean, like, I appreciate the humility, but your work in Senza and what you guys all do is something that, again, I think not only do the artists, but even some of the people already in the ride with the band aren't ready to probably see where it's going to go. I really do feel and believe that, again, like I don't know entirely how much you yourself may be a fan of these, but for those watching, when listening to their discography, which I invite you all to look at the description links on this episode and look at their Bandcamp, because for any of you that have liked artists such as the Dillinger Escape Plan, The Locusts, Converge, Jerome's Dream, Joan of Arc, Poison the Well, Daughter Swans. These are people that I'm kind of taking from things I've listened to, and I could definitely hear a lot of these, small imprints of these people's work on what Senza has been doing. But even with that, I think the most important thing that I feel a lot of the listeners that haven't already experienced this music, besides just the performance we all saw, is that, like I mentioned in the introduction and with the beginning question, is that, you know, consistency and both perseverance really do make wondrous things, as Senza has been making with their music. And
well, thank you so much.
No, I really means a lot to have not only the music that you guys have all provided people the opportunity to listen to, but, you know, for you to have time to speak with us. We are gathering near the end of the interview, but before we let you go, I must ask the same question I ask all of our interviewers: is that if there's anything that at the time of the recording and the premiering of this episode, if there's anything happening or coming out in the release any time in the future soon that our audience should be aware of.
Yeah, I mean, so we're playing a show on the 27th of May in Eugene. It's at the skate park, Washington Jefferson Skate Park. Hold on, let me find the flyer. We're playing with a bunch of sick bands. I'm scrolling through my messages. Hold on just a sec. Yeah, we're playing with the Old Tour, Lagrimas, Rotwoven, Pain Without Ones, and Senza, Dragoda, and Wake Disaster, and Prager Youth. I think that's a funny name.
It is.
So yeah, we're playing with those bands on Saturday, May 27th, at the Washington Jefferson Skate Park. Music starts at 4 and goes until 10 p.m. We're going to go on a little early at like 5 p.m. But definitely show up for all the bands. Some of them are from New York, and that's sick as fuck. That's the thing that I can say we have coming up. There's something that's coming up with new music soon. I can't say exactly what, but we'll have one track coming out in the nearish future for something.
Well, I am looking forward to everything that you guys put out and actually attending that show, because I personally will make it a point to go out there and capture some footage to bring back for the June episode of Sight, Sounds, and Conversations, to show people how it's done in Eugene and how the show actually went on for you all, and just kind of give people the highlights of the show there.
Awesome. That sounds great. Yeah, I'd love to see you there.
Yeah. One last thing that I also ask people before we end our interviews is if there's anybody that either will watch during the premiere or will watch at some later point that you'd like to just have us archive as a form of shout out.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I'd love to shout out my wife Hannah and my son Emery. She's in the house right now, making sure he's staying asleep, which is great. She's the best. I'm a stay-at-home dad, so she's working hard to support our family, and I couldn't be making Senza music even if I wanted to without her support. So I'm very glad for her. And then my bandmates, of course. I wouldn't be here for this interview if it wasn't for them. So I love them, and they're the best as well. And other than that, that's who I got. And you and Sega Octopus for getting a hold of me, for coming and being a part of this. So yeah, glad to do it. Thanks for having me.
No problem. Well, that was Mason of the band Senza, and we'll be back with more. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
これからやるコーナーのポイントはインツラこういうふうに対抗者来てるのやっちゃうからやばいもん見ましたね。なんか救急車なんか今見ましたね。いやーなんですかね。いやー参りました。来たよ。やべえな。やばいな。やべえ。来て。 そこに引く度胸があるだけでも十分だと思います。ちゃんとね。
Hello and welcome back. For this episode's art section, we're going to be giving you a double dose of art, being one of our previous art galleries that was made by none other than our co-creator and also one of the co-leads in the art department of Sight, Sounds, and Conversations, being always in the room, Dominic, who we not only love, but we see as a big driving force of what is the art section of Sight, Sounds, and Conversations. But along with that, we're going to be giving you a replay of our conversation that we had with our producer and the other half of the co-lead in the art department of Sight, Sounds, and Conversations, being Sega Octopus. The reason we wanted to bring back this interview is we felt that Sega is very much still relevant to this here side of the internet, in which a lot of us that not only have been here on Sight, Sounds, and Conversations in the team, but a lot of our guests are also pretty familiar with Sega. And even more so now, as she recently had an interview with none other than Hot Takes, who is made of two of our past guests on the show, being Skeleton Lipstick and Young Shiro. And well, in the description of this episode, you can go ahead and find a link to her work as well as the link to the specific episode in which she was featured of Hot Takes. And thank you and shout out to Hot Takes for having our producer and art department lead on their show. It was such a great episode, and as always, the guys always manage to get people to open up and bring a little aspect of themselves that I don't feel, many people probably get an opportunity to normally let out. Whether it's always good or bad is really up to those listening. Given the fact that the name of the show is called Hot Takes, sometimes you get a couple hot takes. But with that, let's go and get into this here art section of Sight, Sounds, and Conversations. Thank you.
for me. With clouds of moisture, drops on my feet. Ooh.
I know when I got this place, it was gonna have its certain cons, but I didn't ever figure out that it was gonna have its cons when it came to the service, and this sucks because this entire year, it seems that I've been having such a bad connection with certain people and things like that, but enough of that. Let's go ahead and try call Genesis now, because I've been going around this whole island for like a good while here, and what happened to my friends list? Oh, it's probably in the residence. Okay, let's see. Let's call her now. I was kind of walking around, and let's go ahead and see here. All right, let's call Genesis. Yeah, I'm sure that she's probably at her place there with her controller. Well, hello and welcome. That little introduction / recap you just saw is of a previous artist that we've had on the show. And that artist is not a stranger to many of you that have seen the show previously. And a lot of you involved in the vaporwave scene have also either come to know this person by talking to them or by just seeing some of their work around. And the person we're referring to today and talking about is none other than Sega Octopus, who is a producer of our show and is actually one of the leads in the art and animation department of our show here at Sight Sounds and Conversations. And we felt that it was appropriate and best to have her back on the show, specifically being that it's the season finale of our second season of the show. And well, we thought it was no better way to both come full circle to where we started with the show, as before we even really had an art gallery. Sega was one of the first people that we ever interviewed on the show that was a non-music related artist that was doing, graphic design work for some people in the community, including myself, on music releases, logo work, stuff with designing stuff for stickers, you name it. And since then, she's made a lot of new progress and updates, which we will be talking about today in this interview. But before we get to that, I was saying that the reason it felt appropriate to bring them back is because, here at Sight Sounds and Conversations, we're an ever-evolving show. But that doesn't mean that evolution excludes those that we've already had around. And that could mean any of you that are watching that have been on the show before, or those that would like to be on the show and think, well, is this going to be a one-time thing? No, it will not. And we hope to have any of you that want to be back. And what better way than seeing an example such as today? And, one thing about Sega that I want to take notice and what I want to utilize this interview for the season finale is that, along with the fact that they're involved in our art department and we were involved with doing an interview of this sort before we even had a gallery, is that we're also now evolving in that we're going to be also doing specific art galleries that will be focused on artists' specific work and even tailored to their own personalities. Now, what you're going to be seeing today is one specific way in which we will be approaching these types of interviews, as again, with the word evolving, evolution sorts. They're not just mere buzzwords that we're using here just to try to enhance or liven up this conversation here today. But again, it's just a nice preview of things that are to come at Sight Sounds and Conversations and what is our art gallery section here today. We will still be doing the art galleries in which we have varied and different artists, but again, from this day forward, we also want you all to know that we will be doing artist-specific galleries such as today. And with that being said, well, let's go ahead and bring out Sega Octopus themselves out here. Thank you for joining us here today.
Thank you for having me.
No, thank you for being on, dude. I mean, as always, my interviews and introductions and such tend to, you know, for some be a bit long-winded, but it's never without intention. It's always because I like to believe that it's gonna bring people into what this interview is going to be about and what we're gonna be more or less why we're interested in having some people on and why we interview some people, you know, even musicians. And, you know, we're about to go into the third year of doing Sight Sounds and Conversations. And during that time, you know, there's been a lot of moments in which we have, whether it's been you and your involvement on the show, or whether it's just been of that of living with you as a roommate, in which, you know, trial and error have been a constant thing. And when I say that, I mean that in the way of like learning as you move and as you go. The reason I mention that is because, well, during the time and since we've last had you on the show as an interview, you know, one of the things that, for those that aren't already aware of, that you have been doing is, for lack of a better term, is self-teaching yourself animation, you know? And you are basically gonna have the floor to talk a little more in depth of this, but the reason I mentioned all of what I was just saying in accordance to you self-teaching yourself animation and what, you know, trial and error and with the show and all is because, well, what has kept you going with something like, you know, not just, again, your involvement with the show, but even as we're seeing throughout, and we'll be seeing throughout this interview, little bits and pieces of some of your animation or even some time lapses of some of your work. But I think the bottom line is, you know, it's been a constant and you've been insistent on it, and it's not even, I don't know, it doesn't seem like there's any particular reason besides the fact that you like it. But with that being said, what is it specifically that has made it to where you just felt like, for example, animation, like you and I watch a lot of animation movies, and we also, you know, every now and then you'll talk to me about videos you see online and people complaining about the classic thing. And anybody that is here watching this tried animation will probably agree. You put so much in, and no pun intended, you put so much in for so little because of like how animation works. So with that, again, more or less being known, what still drives you, with all that said, to want to be able to start animating?
What comes to mind is like a specific meme that I'll probably share with y'all here. But basically, this medium has really like touched me pretty deeply as far as like watching it as a kid, and even now it's one of the only things that really makes me feel anymore. And being able to teach myself something like that makes me actually cry, or like just because it moves, or like how I've taught myself some of the rotoscoping that I've done, the fact that it just moves and can internally move at some, you know, like for example, on my Jiffy site, you'll see stuff moving, and the fact that it does move just for some reason moves me.
Yeah.
Process of it is not the most enjoyable, but the outcome is so much more reward than anything else. So I think I just really hope I can tell more stories with this medium in general and be able to do a little more animation and explore that even further, because I've only been able to do like snippets of little things here and there that I think are neat, and it all comes from watching others, and then I'm like, hey, I could maybe do a little thing like that.
Yeah, and and hearing what you're saying earlier right now with some of your answer, you mentioned about how, and this weren't necessarily your precise words, but what I'm hearing is that animation itself has more or less been in a form of way of helping you feel closer to certain, not that I'm saying you don't have emotions. I mean, us living together, I definitely have seen you're a person that has emotions, of course, but I mean, you just feel more engaged with animation and the emotions that come with animation than you would with, I don't know, say, I'm not saying you don't connect with live action movies or anything of that sort, but you just feel animation speaks to you the most.
Along with like comics as well, that kind of language with images and like sort of that in between as well, because I also like moving comics as well. Like I'd really like to maybe make one of something like that with moving comics, but something about the medium in between all that and animation is really inspiring in general.
Yeah, you like the Watchmen motion comics that we were watching once, like a couple years ago or something, I believe. I think this was even it wasn't entirely pre-COVID. It was around the time of COVID, if I recall correctly. But yeah, I know what you mean. But, I feel another thing that, not just with like, I wouldn't say your animation precisely hits on this, but I think this is another part that I've always seen as a continuing force in your body of work, even with like illustrations, specifically with illustrations to be quite exact. If you want to kind of tack the idea of character design as well, is that you're quite influenced by video games, and not just video games to be exact, but of like the JRPG kind, and do you, I mean, if this is a long-winded answer, you're more than welcome to have it, but if you feel like it's something that would be way too long, I also understand if you're like, I don't. But what I want to ask is, where did that come about? Exactly, like what was the first thing that you could recall that JRPGs, the character design itself, was such a big point for your inspiration in your work?
Well, there's probably a few things, but probably the biggest one I would say is probably like the Game Boy Pokemon games, and that's why I'm wearing a shirt. But that one was probably the biggest entry point of me like starting to like really like the character design and also like all the monsters and all the varieties of monsters made me really want to look more into things, into more like I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the right words, like archaeology, or like just knowing a little more into things than just what you see surface wise, like studying even plants and things like that, nature in general really allured me. So it kind of went hand in hand with like exploring with Pokemon and the world, and how you're gonna get information for the Pokédex, and fill out all your entries. So all that really interests me from the beginning. So all that together, just made me more curious in general to make more characters of my own or stories of my own. And from there, I just explored more of games in general, and I always wanted to draw Pokemon for my friends, and when I was in elementary school, I'd draw a lot of fan art in general. So it kind of grew into that, and I just kind of always wanted to make fan art because I always see things and I'm like, oh yeah, I can make that my own way and make a nice print that I'd like to have up. So.
Yeah, you certainly do seem to have that, but I mean, even with like your more human-esque type characters, they certainly have a more Final Fantasy IX or Crystal Chronicles, or even to be more precise with what I've seen you play, like Bravely Default or even like Octopath Traveler, when they're in like the more, you know, and that's kind of where I mean, like, when it comes to that kind of character design, even when like one of the things that I feel personally started getting you some of the attention from some of our, you know, contemporaries, peers, and friends in the community of Vaporwave is when you started doing chibi inspired works of some of the artists in the community. So like that's, you know, along with what you were just talking about with Pokemon, which I'm going to get back to that, by the way, a little bit later. But this, we're talking here about specific human-esque type characters. What kind of drew you more to that? Because I'm sure a lot of the people that are either watching this interview that know of your work or our friends that watch, I'm sure they're not blind if have taken notice, you know, that particular thing of yours, and it's very similar to how other friends of ours in the community have their own distinct style in it. And this is one of the things I like about a lot of, you know, artists as a whole, and specifically in this community, is how a lot of them have their own particular style, including you. But again, in continuation of the last question I just had, now along with the monster thing, what drew you to that particular type of character design, the more small, petite-ish, if you will?
Yeah, that's a good question because I don't have a specific answer because I've always just been allured to little things like that ever since like probably when like Pichu was introduced. Like it was like Pikachu but smaller, and I was always really like fixated on Pichu for some reason, and ever since like those kind of proportions were like considered in my mind, I guess I kind of liked things like that. Like another anime that comes to mind is like Hamtaro. I watched Hamtaro a lot, and they're kind of shaped the same proportions, sort of, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know exactly why I was always allured to, like, you know, even the sad little faces you see on like the style of Final Fantasy Tactic characters. Like I really am allured to a lot of that stuff. And what would you say, like even like, you know, Hello Kitty stuff that's like simple and like sort of iconic, I guess, too, in a way, is like alluring. So it's just simple and nice and clean, you know. I don't know.
I mean, I'm surprised you're kind of not into the design work of like the Precious Angels with like the big eyes and stuff.
Oh no, I definitely am.
Oh, okay.
Like actually, that's funny that you bring that up because my college professor would tell me not to ink things so I keep that like soft appearance of like the Precious Angels like artwork and sculptures or whatever.
Yeah.
That they have.
Really doughy almost too with some of those.
Yeah, I really like that stuff. I follow a lot of artists who do that type of stuff, and I kind of want to explore that even further for sure. And I've actually, the stuff that I'm gonna premiere on this episode, I'm gonna I tried to stick to that more, to explore it more, because I've been kind of neglecting it.
Yeah, no, and that's kind of why I was asking you some of these questions, you know, because during the time leading up to this episode and everything, and you were making some of this art that you're premiering now, I was taking notice of that, and that's again like before we were even recording and stuff, and you're like, well, what are we on? I've been paying attention. We've been kind of noticing here and taking a glance, as we do with a lot of our artists. I mean, sometimes it's harder with some of the ones that we don't live with or anything. You know, that's the closer thing with you here and all. But with that said, yeah, no, and that that is something that I did notice, and I'm glad that you're going back into that, because it is something that, again, it speaks a lot to just having that appreciation as a whole, and there's nothing wrong with people that, or anybody in general that may say, like, for me, for example, I'll use myself as a prime example, so nobody thinks that I'm saying something otherwise to what you're doing. But one of the big things that's a continuing driving force creatively or something is like how much of an impact the creation of Gorillas meant for me, being like somebody that was around when they first came out in 2001. Like I was basically the age of the character Noodle here. We're basically the same age, but where I'm going with that is that, like, an extent or a part of, like, I wouldn't say my creative identity and all, but if I was asked a similar question to what you just got asked, I would say, well, Gorillas. But with you, it's just something like, well, no, I'm just drawn to it, and something that it means something. It's nice, and I really appreciate that, and that's again why it made me feel that it was notable to bring that up. Which brings me back to what I told you I was going to get back into in regards to the thing about Pokemon, and in specific, one thing you said. You refer to them as monsters, and it's really, I don't know, it's really unique because a lot of people I feel that I see that are having discourses on the internet, they talk about them in reference to comparisons of animals and such, yet another thing that you're really influenced by that has a similarity a bit to Pokemon is Monster Hunter, And that's another thing that I've also really have noticed a lot about what you have been drawn by in some of your work, and I mean the one that you're very aligned with what we were just talking about with, like, the type of design work, which is monster design and everything. Is basically the same question I just asked you with the character design of, like, chibi characters for the most part. Is it basically the same answer, or do you maybe have a notable monster or something that when you were young, even before Pokemon, that that may have drawn you to that, or was Pokemon really the beginning, like, part of what drew you to monsters as a whole? Or
yeah, but also, like, I did like fantasy a lot, and when I was, like, in kindergarten, I had, like, this how to draw fantasy characters book. Well, it was like a little magazine, and it showed you, like, step by step, like, you draw the circle for the face or whatever, and then you draw the whole wizard or whatever, goblin, dragon, and so I followed along, and I would draw a lot of dragons. So I really like dragons. I really liked all that stuff. So that influenced me a lot, and later on in, like, high school with, like, Lord of the Rings stuff, so I would draw a lot of fantasy type of things, so that went hand in hand, and also, like, my own created monsters and stuff. I didn't go as far as, like, some of my other friends, because they got really into, like, Neopets, and they would make their own, like, pets and, like, their own lines of things that would actually evolve and get all intricate about it. But yeah, I did like monsters a lot, but kind of, I guess the same answer is just something that allured me, and I just kind of kept it up, I guess.
Yeah, no, and it seems like it was a match made in heaven, because again, like, a lot of the games and stuff you play already deal with those kinds of things, because, like, I always find it funny in a lot of these games, and I don't think we ever talked about, so I'll bring it up right now, but it's funny how in a lot of these games they will have, like, these cutesy little characters that, they look like they'd be living with a bunch of cute butterflies and happy flowers and things like that. But then you see them fighting, and they're fighting, like, the most, like, overly detailed monsters that you're like, one style doesn't fit the other,
Yeah, true.
So and I see that in those two regards with what you do too, and it's just, it's still it makes perfect sense, one thing that I want to get back to with animation specifically is, you know, you've worked on a couple visuals that have already dealt with rotoscoping, and you've been kind of teaching yourself and doing like rotoscoping to be more exact and precise. And you know, we've already established that animation is something that takes quite a while and it's long to do or anything. But with that, is there any particular goal that drives you personally that to have taught yourself or starting to teach yourself more? Because I'm not trying to have anybody think that I'm either you're calling yourself an expert or I am, you know, but where I'm trying to go with the question is basically, I don't know, are you hoping to maybe make a specific like cartoon one day, or do you want to make like a movie with a specific like adaptation? Is there anything of that sort that's driving you also to again do rotoscoping? And I again ask that because you know you've asked me to help you when doing some things before, like hey, let's go out, let me I have to do this because you're gonna, to be precise, it's like you asked me to do some like walking, and we kept doing it because you're like, no, that's not exactly how you know. And I wanted to save that for a time in which we would talk again, and that's now. So I always wondered if, again, the reason too that you've taught yourself how to animate or something, you know, is there a specific goal aligned with that too, or are you like maybe hoping that you're trying to work for a specific animation director or anything like that, or what are your influences on that too?
Well, if I did have a little bit more time to be able to craft more animation types of things, I would like to put a little more of my painterly style into the animation, because putting those together would take a lot of work because of the amount of detail. But I'm hoping that one day I can get to a point where I can make little GIFs and sort of things that will express both sides of my illustrative kind of things, and then with motion, because I really like little GIFs like that. Like, for example, like a character maybe just sitting cozy with like their coffee or something, and then you see the coffee's like moving, and then they like take a little sip and they blink, you know, just like a little thing. It's nice. It's like I wish like Images just did that, but it'd be cool to have like little LED like jewelry or stuff like that that actually moved or something, because it'd be really cool to have GIFs like that. Or like on Discord, you know, if like you pay for Discord, you can have your little thing animate, do things. I always find that type of stuff really neat. So I'd like to do more little projects like that for either like music videos. Like I really want to make more stuff in correlation to music as well, because I think when you put like a simple even like walk cycle with music, you know, it transforms it, and I think that's really cool.
Yeah, no, and it's nice of you to bring up that part of specifically about the music, and because one of the things that's really propelled you even further to do more animation and do a lot of these things has been that, you know, you were making a couple GIFs. I remember you started out, and then after a while when you felt comfortable enough, and I really don't know which one of us came up with the idea. It may have been you. I don't recall, to be quite honest, but what I do know is that it came to a point where you or me basically were like, hey, these GIFs or these animation bits that I've done have gotten well enough that, well, we've had bumpers on the show before. Could these be bumpers, you know? And those are some of the things that we play usually in the beginning of the show as we're getting like it's started, for those that you know, when it premieres on this, like on YouTube and all, like we usually try to give people a chance to just kind of get settled in and everything, and just get the idea that they're getting into an experience. It's not necessarily just a show itself, you know, that we're offering here at Sights and Sounds. And you know, your animation along with what Futuro Surf does, like really further emphasizes with what we're trying to do, going after some of our influences, whether it be like, you know, MTV or Adult Swim, or even like the work of what Terry Gilliam was doing in Monty Python, you know, with some of the animations. Now, mind you, and I want to make this perfectly clear to people watching, these are not necessarily Genesis's specific influences, but the reason I mention that is because although those are some of the influences of the show itself, having had that and how open it is, and having you as an animator, you know, now, besides just an artist who, again, has also spent a lot of time helping us put together certain, you know, aesthetic looks of the show in accordance to how we try to like put posters out and things for the show too. You know, you've helped us out a lot with flyers after I give you like the general idea of like, oh, here's the poster, what we should do with this design in this episode, you know. But before we get too far from where I was going with you and the animation and the bits that we've been doing, you know, I want to know if there's an artist that you wish that you could do something collaborative. Whether you do animation, who would it be? Or at the moment, who would you be? Like right now, like who? Like no question, you're like right now. As I wasn't even done asking the questions, who would you do something animation for?
I mean, if it's like ideal,
yeah,
I would really like to do something for Kaliuchi's, but I mean, I've just done like little like things to her music.
Yeah,
I've been listening to her a lot, but that'd be really cool. Or like Lady Gaga. I know that's like really big, but like I just love their music, so I would really like even push myself to try to do something cool for them. But you know, this is big.
No, hey, it's never. I personally, and as a host here on the show, and as like somebody that works with a lot of you guys, you know, behind the scenes, whether it's like you or Dominic or whoever have you, you know, I don't need to be like name dropping here. However, where I'm trying to go with this is that doesn't hurt to dream big. That's why I asked you, who would you ideally, because, you know, you've come such a long way. I really do think that it's not just a mere like coming here and like, oh, puff piece. No, you really have come a long way. And it's impressive. So if like you kept this going up and everything, I can't see why you wouldn't get the attention of some people. You have such a really big, you know, drive and will to be able to put these pieces together. And I want to continue to emphasize these things because, again, I think, I mean, anybody that's watching that's an artist and knows a little more than just like general, like, okay, draw, make art, music, whatever. But I think, again, most people really take for granted the fact that music, art, animation, dancing, any of these things, even athleticism, like, you know, being able to like skateboard, box, anything, they take fucking work, you know. And like people are there for the victory or the failures, to either laugh or celebrate, but they don't take time to consider how fucking long and how hard and how much it takes to get to a certain point. Like even right now, you know, like they say show, don't tell, but as we're recording this, how are we going to show people that we're currently doing this like about in between like 4 and 5 in the morning on Sunday, you know, the week before the show's supposed to come out. And that's because like you work, you know, and I don't know if you feel comfortable with me mentioning where you work or what you do, but you know, it itself in a way plays into with what you do too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal.
No, and like Well, yeah, no, I know that you say it's no big deal, but I just mentioned that the reason why I was asking about like if it's okay I could mention that you work at an arcade and everything is because, you know, again, with what I was just saying, it's still a pretty demanding job, you know. It's not somewhere where like you guys are what people would perceive as like babysitting and running around after kids and such, but it's still like going after and dealing with people that take for granted the amount of work that goes behind keeping people entertained. You know, and that's what you do. Like, even we have to get down at the base level of it. Even when you're drawing and stuff, you're keeping people entertained, and you're showing them something that will either move them or drive them to do stuff. And I really think that it was great to have had you on, like I was saying in the introduction, as an example of that, because, you know, I think even you yourself at times, you know, I've heard you, and I'm very guilty of that myself, don't take the moment to really look at those things, you know. Like, I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but sometimes I feel like you don't realize again how much work it has been for you to like have come from where like you started out doing like little like animation things where like the character was like walking wobbly and you're like, no, I don't like it. And I remember you used to like get a little upset about that, and I don't mean to air you out here, and I hope this isn't embarrassing or anything, but again, you know, I think it's really notable because you never let up and you didn't like stop, and that's great. And even then you haven't let yourself become complacent with where you feel comfortable, but even with what you do know and what you do like, you've expanded on that, which is great, you know. And I'm really glad that you're part of the team here on the show and what you like bring and offer to us. And I don't mean us here on the team, but even our audience, you know. I think it's great that, again, like people like you or Futuro or like, you know, always in the room, like anybody that's been continuously involved and has given us stuff, like I feel like you guys are like I'm always trouble with knowing whether you guys are the heart or the soul of the show, but I definitely know that you guys are a really significant part of the show that wouldn't be, at least, you know, what makes me feel comfortable to be able to come out to try to be the host or do what I do in my part, you know, every single month that we're able to put the show together. If I, again, wasn't in the company of people like yourselves. And I know that another reason we were having you on today is because, you know, you're getting, as we're doing this interview, you're getting pretty close to ready, I want to say, for you to kind of, I don't want to use, again, buzzwords here to talk about your work, but, you know, relaunch, rebrand, whatever word you want to apply to this, but you're basically getting ready to enter into a new stage of putting your work at least on your website and kind of putting your services out there beyond with what you're already just kind of doing here on the show, you know. And what are things that, like, for our audience to know, what are things in which you feel versed enough and comfortable to say, hey, if you've liked some of what you've been seeing here as we're talking and you want us to work together on anything from designing something for it be merchandise, cover art, even a small piece of animation, because, you know, people can always use just a small segment or anything, a couple seconds that they can replay for a music video or something. It doesn't have to be a full animated music video. But what would be the things that you would feel most comfortable, and where do you think your time table of delivery time would be at. And the reason I ask these questions are because, again, like we've been talking about this interview, it's just a nice way of reminding people that may want to reach out to you to be aware of like, okay, I can usually do cover art for a CD or a physical release. I could do this within these days, specifically depending on what you're asking. Animation would take me. Where do you feel you're at with some of these things for anybody that may want to work with you?
Yeah, it kind of depends on the project, of course, but for probably cover art, I could do within a week or 2 weeks, depending on how complicated it is. And for animation, that really depends, but if it's like a couple seconds of like maybe something rotoscoped, I could probably put something out within the month. So I consider that kind of fast, at least for at least a couple of seconds of like some, 24 frame or 24 seconds, 24 frames per second, sorry, of something like that would be doable right now for me, or at least an average time frame. That goes for like paintings too. A painting is probably the quickest I can shell out, is probably like a week and a half, depending on like how complicated, of course, it is.
And would this include, when you're saying a painting, would this include either digital or physical, or how is that going to be different?
Well, depends on if they want either or. I could do both. Both I'm very comfortable with both styles, so if anyone likes the more watercolor thing, I'm totally down to make some physical copies of stuff like that too.
Now I know this might be somewhat of a really I wouldn't say hard question, but it's kind of an open question. But I want you to kind of think of it this way, because again, for anybody that has seen some of the work today and it's liked what they're seeing and would like to work with you, and they're serious about this, well, let's just give them a general idea of what they have to look forward to. So with what you've already done for people, and when I say what you've already done for people, I mean when it comes to stuff that you've gotten paid for, that they've either sought you out or ended up meaning that somebody's paid for your services first, like, or if it's deferred. I don't know much about this, and if you feel comfortable, you can speak on this. But for the things that you've done so far, what has been so far the cheapest, lowest thing that you have charged, or that you've gotten paid for by an artist? And what was it? Like, you don't have to say specific, like you could say, oh, it was a painting, or it was like a piece of animation this long, you don't have to like say specific details of it, to kind of, again, keep the privacy of the clients you had. But, or unless you want to show examples, I don't know, whatever those things. But along with that, what has been the priciest or the most expensive thing that you have done so far, that just to kind of give people an idea of where your price range has been so far? Because again, I know that things could be subject to change depending if somebody may want something that you think, man, I'm gonna have to charge either a lot less than what I've had before or a lot more. But where has it stayed so far in your career as an artist?
Yeah, I don't do anything for about less than $15 now, just to give a little example. I used to start at $5, but for anything coming up, I think that's a fair price to at least start at, as far as intricacy goes in my art, I think. But I mean, it doesn't go too much farther for the cover art. I would say maybe an average of like $50, depending, just because I do work with the client and I give revisions, I give options, and all that. So I would say an average around $15 to $50, and depending obviously the more complicated would be on the 50, you know. And depending on how much revisions as well. So if you want more revisions, we can work with that. And I'm just always open to make sure the person gets what they want and make sure they're happy with what they're getting. As far as animations go, I'd probably start with anywhere between like $30 a second or so, probably even like 2 seconds. But I have gone out of my way to like, I'm still working on a little music video for one of my friends, which is going to be 8 minutes long, but I'm going to be using a little bit of, you know, some of looping techniques and like camera angles, such as like moving it in for more dramatic effect and simple techniques like that to extend what I've drawn to make it more interesting. And something like that, I did charge $150. So if it's a longer video, I can still, you know, if you give me the time, which this person's giving me plenty of time, over a year now, and I've taken the time to really map out how I'm gonna complete the project. So it really ranges. That's probably the most complicated thing I've done is this little music video. So
Well, and I see what you're saying, and I want to go ahead and as a host also kind of, you know, read a little bit in between of what you're saying here, and I understand that, and I hope the audience understands that with that the reason that you're doing it for the price it seems on that one is because it is a friend, and you are taking a bit of a, I don't want to say shortcuts, but you're taking basically the steps that a one-person animation studio like yourself needs to do in order to assure that this is going to be done, you know, more promptly. So anybody that may be interested in animation should consider those things if they want to have, because, you know, that price might, again, vary, of course. So people don't say like, I got $1,000, I got an entire idea for a movie script, let's go, like, you know, because I could see how some people could be, you know, I hope that that's not a thing that could happen, but who knows, the internet is bigger than the real world is. It seems there's more people that live on the internet than they live in the real world. With that, you know, we're coming pretty close to the end here of our interview, but, you know, before we go, we're definitely gonna ask if the usual things we ask all of our guests that we have for an interview. However, just one last thing. Are you still interested in, and I'm sorry if this is something to put you on the spot, but are you still interested in maybe one day getting back into trying to do video game design work or anything like that?
Oh yeah, definitely. That's another little pocket of my expertise that I want to explore more, especially in like the 3D realm. Hopefully I have more time to do more things, but I was experimenting with like my iPhone camera where it can capture like a whole room, or even the outside environments, and then you can use that to put it into Blender and then put characters on it to give it a sort of effect like Octopath Travelers where you have 2D sprites.
Yeah, the 2.5D.
Yeah, exactly. Giving it like a diorama kind of effect. And I'm super drawn to that. I would really love to do more, but yeah, that's another wall I need to like teach myself how to use Blender and be comfortable with more 3D environments. But that's definitely something that excites me and I want to do more of in general. So
yeah, see, and I was kind of battling on whether to ask you about this because, you know, this is something, again, like dealing with it, you're a producer on the show, you work, you do the, like, there's already so much on your plate, so I didn't want to be like, again, putting you on the spot, but I also, like, was wondering, and I've been wondering for some time, you know, and I really do hope that you get back into that at some point, or maybe end up meeting with somebody online that you end up collaborating with on a project of that sort, because I really think that, you know, you could possibly have something there. With that said, Sega, it was a pleasure to be able to talk to you and have you on the show today, specifically for our season finale art segment. It was a little different than what we usually do, but it's fine. It was necessary, and it's great that we had you as that particular guest. But before we go, is there anybody that you know may either watch the live stream or may come later to watch, you know, the actual like video that you want to go ahead and just give some form of shout out to? Or
yeah, I have I want to thank all my patrons.
Go ahead and talk to them
Like,
right there.
You guys are always motivating me. I don't know what I would do without y'all. And I will have all this new things for you now that I've been slowly, you know, working and showing you guys all this new stuff. So thank you. I really, really appreciate you all so much. And then I also wanted to tell kind of everyone that I am also premiering some new art pieces that you can get on my website. I've had my website shut down for a little while, but now I'm just gonna have a few seasonal items that are gonna be available for a month or two, we'll see. But they're gonna be limited. They're gonna only be able to be bought during this time. So feel free to check them out. And I hope you guys like the new stuff that I'm spending a little more time on. And yeah, thank you so much for looking at my art and spending the time listening to me ramble here. Thanks.
Well, I mean, that makes a lot more sense now, and that's why I was asking about the rebranding, you know, relaunch question that I asked you about, because, you know, and that is great news. That is something that is awesome. That, you know, I was wondering why the site had gone down, and you're like, you'll see when it's time, you'll see. And it's great that the time has fallen around when we're having you on the show. And, you know, I'm definitely excited for you to put some of this new art up and for people to see some of these pieces. But yeah, wow, that's definitely news. You've taken me for a surprise on that. But with that, Sega, we loved again having you on the show. We do hope that next time that you're on, it will be for something like animation or a video game, or really, who knows? Because for all the time that I've known you, and even before the show, you know, you've come on a trajectory that's just been so diverse and varied. And I just hope that, you know, our audience saw that here today, that you have a potential collaboration with somebody, because I know that it's definitely going to be great. And that people pick up on those limited edition 2-month pieces that you're going to be having up. And hope somebody that sees the interview today collaborates with you, as I know whatever it is, you will definitely deliver something great. And that people make sure to go ahead and pick up one of those things that she'll have on her website, as they are limited. And we hope to see you again on the show, and we look forward to having you continue to be part of our show. And with all that was Sega Octopus, and we'll be right back. Thank you.
Next TV. To Next TV. Next TV.
So for those of you that watch the show frequently or check up on us, first off, thank you. We really appreciate that. And you have no idea how much we really do appreciate that. But for those of you that saw our season finale episode, I did a segment in which we talked about doing new segments, and we still are very much intending to do so. Feels like I'm reliving college, high school, pretty much my whole school career, for lack of a better term, because I'm currently standing here saying I don't necessarily have my homework done, but I do have some stuff to present you all, at least talk about. And before I talk about some of this stuff, know that I'm not trying to be Trevor Noah or fucking Jon Stewart or Colbert or any of these fucks or any of the other fucks that are also on YouTube, you know, the beanie dude, the guy who berates his wife but says he's very manly, the guy who bags a piece of plywood from Home Depot in a bag. I'm also not claiming to be a strong himbo that, you know, again, is bringing you. No, I'm just going to talk about some things that I've seen happen, you know, since we last did the show until the recording of this, which is the week of the premiere of this episode. So the freshness and the meter on the how fresh some of these stories are, where your interest lies, may vary. But since our last episode, we've seen an ex-president go to court over, you know, financial fraud shit, which, again, depending on where your political meter lies or your care or interest, to be quite honest, in comparison to other things that this dude's already going through other court cases as well, this isn't nothing. So it's like that classic rock song says, when it was being disrespectful and making fun of a stutter, you know, we ain't seen nothing yet, you know. And Uh, next thing beyond that is still staying within this topic of presidents. We have now again two unwanted candidates from both sides making their interests known. One was the past ex-president we had, and one is the current president. Current surveys, depending on how much you care about them, both pretty much go over the 50% line of how much both voters of both sides in the country don't want either one of them to run again. But hey, they're going to do it. So that's where we're currently at that one. One of the Supreme Court justices was also found to have been getting bought over by a guy who has a, memorabilia fetish for a particular time in history that just doesn't seem to go away. People like to, kind of play glass, if you will, metaphorically speaking, with this particular group in time in history. But yeah, Clarence Thomas, again, for those of you that whether you care or not, has recently been exposed and found to have been bribed in many different ways, leading from very expensive, luxurious vacations around the world, similar to, people that we see on social media that are influencers. Another thing too is that this guy, which I think he's like some Texas like magnate, fucking like rich. Of course, he's a rich person because he bought Clarence Thomas's mom's house, and she gets to live there for free, which is cool and nice. I wish a lot of your guys' parents could have that afforded to them by one of your guys' friends. I see, and that's there's not a problem with that until you realize that this guy is like again on the Supreme Court and he makes decisions for a lot of different things, whether it be things people care about or not is up to you. But either way, you people that can be bought over, I think any one of us should really be concerned about. Beyond that, long time. I don't know what any of you guys see this person as, if you know about him, but I've always known him as some like overall intellectual, and I always quote that because I just find categorizing people as intellectuals is it's a little fucking dumb, ironically. But Noam Chomsky has recently been found to be one of the people that was, chilling around with now deceased Jeffrey Epstein. But yeah, that kind of again puts further perspective in the web of not conspiracy, but web of how much a lot of different influencing hands in the world have this connection, and whatever it may be, who the hell really knows until we get some form of truth further coming out, but yeah, now you have various people, not just politicians, but even people who I find people online during the recording of this that used to really wave and rock. And there's stuff that Noam Chomsky talks about that I really do find, which I can understand again why the following thing is, why people were and are really crushed about finding this out. But at the same time, for those that have listened to Noam Chomsky enough, you should find that there is somewhat form of irony in the fact that he got caught up in this because, again, he talked about how you can't necessarily get within something or be within, certain things without having, and I'm not speaking vaguely, it's just really, if you're interested, look into some of this stuff that he would talk about, and it kind of, ironically enough, makes somewhat sense. The weird thing about this, I am going to say though, is that, and I'm going to bring a little bit of my own personal opinion in this, which is, it just makes it weird when again, when looking into the story about like Noam Chomsky and Jeffrey Epstein chilling, it's basically they took a page out of like Kanye and Jay-Z's book and they were chilling out in Paris, which again, for those of you that are in the know and like your online cynical doomer memes, put two and two together with philosophy and what a lot of the Paris jokes are kin with, and Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, come on. So that's kind of one of the things of where why I felt there was a bit of interest in for me bringing this up. The last thing too, which again, depending on how some of you may know me personally, may find a little bit of, what the hell he's talking about this shit. But as of the recording of this, Twitch / online personality Aiden Ross decided that it was a pretty good idea to go ahead and copyright strike channels that have way less pull and influence than he has till other online influencers who I wouldn't say have the equal matching influence that this dude has, but have a pretty big level of audiences, started making videos about this. But the reason I bring this up is because as of the recording of this doesn't seem to be like one-time incident and not just in one particular aspect of YouTube. Again, for the sake of the importance of why I bring this up, I will talk about to burn brain cells and to also relax. I like to watch content made on particular individuals who are less than pleasing to actually know that we're kind of co-sharing some atmosphere with. But this individual, being Darkside Phil, had been deciding to go ahead and have something to do with doing false copyright claims, and that's the same thing that this Aiden Ross dude was doing. And the reason I bring this up is because anybody that's an online content creator of any kind, and if you make stuff on YouTube, stop doing that shit. Seriously, like it could really screw a lot of stuff up. Like I don't like, this is one of the things that will remain fresh forever on the internet. Like, just because you have beef with somebody else or some shit, don't go and strike them for stuff, because it could screw other people and yourself over, because they keep changing the rules because they just don't want to deal with things better. So they'll, and why they, I mean YouTube, and the way that this network, whatever way you see this company works, is that again, instead of being more hands-on and trying to be precise, they'll just make some entire blanket thing that will eventually and inadvertently screw over a lot of people that had nothing to do with things. So this is basically the end of this so-called news section that I was doing on this episode. But yeah, I just wanted to leave it with something that I feel is the most relevant and it really crosses all barriers and boundaries, because yeah, this is something that if like I can't get much more precise and like really plead anything more than just like stop false claiming people, or don't think about doing it, because that shit really can screw over a lot of things for a lot of people. So yeah, this has been some of the random shit that happened this month. So we'll see you next month, hopefully with an actual news segment. So we'll be back with more. Thank you. Time for our next performer, who is none other than Kinesis, who comes all the way from Athens, Greece, to bring us a sound that is very familiar to the beginning of Vaporwave. And I say that in the best possible way because, well, in the performance you're about to see here, and here as well, of course, Kinesis is bringing a sound that at times is very reminiscent of Vaporwave, at moments Future Funk, at moments every other wave in the gamut of the vaporwave family. But the most important thing is that the sound remains very fresh while still looking back at the aesthetics. And yeah, I say that with certain puns because, again, with what you're about to hear and see here with Kinesis is a really great reminder for a lot of us that have been here for what is vaporwave for quite some time. Will be reminded again of what basically solidified. I know it solidified my love by hearing some of the sounds and looking at some of the visuals that we're going to see along with this set. A lot of us will take a form of trip down memory lane. And it's quite fitting because earlier this year in January, Kinesis self-released the album Entering Dream Simulation, which has also now been physically released in Section 9 Tapes, who was the person kind enough to put Kinesis' work right here on our show. And we want to go ahead and thank Emmanuel for having basically helped out in making it possible for us to have Kinesis on the show. So we want to thank him a lot for that. But where I was going by mentioning the album Entering Dream Simulation is that it's a really fitting name to the sound and the style and the looks of what we're about to get into. So keep this in mind, as if the recording of this, there's still a couple physical copies of the Entering Dream Simulation album for sale still on Section 9. So if it is still for sale as you're currently watching this, I do suggest that you pick one of these up, as it will eventually become a sought after item, because the work of Kinesis will definitely make itself not only stay, but I believe it will be a name that will become really familiar for a lot of people going forward in time. So without further ado, let's get into Kinesis. Thank you. time for our headliner of the show. Non-binary electronic musician extraordinaire, theyfriend, is here with us today with a set that is a really great representation of what we will be also further expanding on next month, which is the recent released album, Secrets Out, which as of the recording of this is set to have a performance in celebration of this release taking place in LA. By the time you're currently watching this, it had happened just yesterday. And the reason we mention this is because in our next edition, we'll be doing a small coverage of that very event while talking to theyfriend themselves and getting a little bit of an insight of the body of work which you are about to hear and see. And what theyfriend does is something that here on the show we thought would be best fitting for our headliner, because in every episode we feel we would like to have somebody that can give us a well-rounded, closure of what we feel represents the very spirit of our show, and that is what we see in these musicians. And theyfriend's work is something that I find not only has it, of course, a lot of background with vaporwave, but also, you find aspects of indie pop, indie R&B, a lot of pop as well. And through 9 releases, theyfriend has managed to also bring a voice that is as deep as the sea, in a way that is almost very George Michael-esque, and I will say in a way, because when you are about to hear what you're about to hear, you'll find yourself really going, wow, I need more of this, and I need to also have it put me to a wonderful nap that will take me to a far off land, in which music like theyfriend is best suited to be the soundtrack to. Maybe a nice sunset beach party on a oversight with a grassy cliff. This is my personal daydream here, created by courtesy of theyfriend's sound. But with that, you get, again, a really great representation of the body of work, and also what will be a continuing, creative adventure, I really feel. And I can't really say it in any other way, because what I feel theyfriend does puts me at a lack of words, and also, quite frankly, even breath of and as a person who not only is a host of this show, I also tend to be a musician and artist. I look to people like theyfriend as an artist, and just further feel more emboldened to further push myself out there as I see this artists doing themselves. And because of that, I, along with some of their other producers on their show, felt that it was best fitting to have theyfriend as our headliner. And we just wanted to say to theyfriend, we're really glad and thankful that you were able to be on our show and to be part of our opening season. And to all of our viewers watching, here is a performance by our headliner, theyfriend. Thank you.
through the atmosphere last night. Crashed down like a meteor to the earth below. A deity of space and time, a trans-dimensional being that'll blow your mind. They'll take a million different forms, but they don't want you to know, 'cause they're afraid of what you'll see. 'Cause they're from a trillion miles away, so how could you know that they look like me? Psychedelic nebula, interstellar journey, you're all we need, star captain. Copacetic nova core, galaxies that you explore, you're all we need, star captain. They've got that laser vision, cuts right through the core, and I want more. A cosmic pull, its gravitation to my heart, what they fight for. Pull me into your constellation. I wanna be put on display. I'll shine so bright that you could see me from a trillion miles away. Psychedelic nebula, interstellar journey, you're all we need, star captain. Copacetic nova core, galaxies that you explore, you're all we need, star captain. Psychedelic nebula, interstellar journey, you're all we need, star captain. Copacetic nova core, galaxies that you explore, you're all we need, star captain. Psychedelic nebula, interstellar journey, you're all we need, star captain. Copacetic to your heart dance to the beat. Listen 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 to your heart dance to the beat. You and me make love complete. Listen to your heart dance to the beat. 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 You and me make love complete.
Slowly, slowly pulling you my way. Open up your palms, it's time to play. Been waiting for a spark like you. I guess this means I'm your dream too. Oh, how my heart reacts. Do you love me back? Only time will tell. I react, 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 react. Let your heart react. Heart react, react. There's no turning around, 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 out. No turning around, around, around. No turning around, around, around. There's no turning around. There's no turning around, around. No turning around.
Let me tell you something that I've never said before. When I am around you, I have thoughts I can't ignore. Lovely and electric feelings flash across my mind. I just want to be the one for you. Don't let me fall behind. I wanna love ya. I wanna see ya. I wanna be everything that you want this to be and more. When we're together, we don't even have to try. It's a transcendental energy when you look into my eyes. Feeling the connection as our souls and minds combine. We don't have to rush this, go ahead and take your time. Secrets that you tell me got me floating on a cloud. And I lose myself in ecstasy whenever you're around. I wanna love ya. I wanna see ya. I wanna be everything that you want this to be and more. Life's so much better when we don't have to hide. It's an interstellar gravity when I got you by my side. I don't want this feeling to ever end. Who'd have thought I'd find my soulmate in you? Oh, it's the memories of you and me that make me who I am. I just want you to see everything we can be when you take me by the hand. I wanna love ya. Oh, I wanna see ya. I wanna be everything that you want this to be and more. Like so much better from the outside, living days for the nighttime. Give me a break, I can't take what you've given to me. I need something new, I can't see through this pain fog. When I stay too long. All of this dread in my head, it's killing me inside. Babe, I just don't wanna know what you've been thinking about me. I just want to move on, or you can live without me. All of the things that you kept from me, I don't want to know. Everything I used to know is falling into pieces. Now there's nowhere to go, and you can't even see it. Oh, just leave me on my own. Inside world from the outside, living days for the nighttime. Give me a break, I can't take what you've given to me. I need something new, I can't see through this brain fog. When I stay too long. All of this dread in my head is killing me inside. I'm tired of living on repeat. I'm tired of living on repeat. No, help me, I need a chance to breathe. The life I lived is incomplete. Oh, I need something new, I can't see through this brain fog. And when I stay too long. All of this dread in my head, it's killing me inside. No, I don't wanna be alone. No, I don't wanna be alone.
На Чернобыльской атомной электростанции произошла авария. Поврежден один из атомных реакторов. Принимаются меры по ликвидации последствий аварии. Пострадавшим оказывается помощь, создана производственная организация.
I didn't mean for you to see this. It was an accident, a meltdown like before. Now the toxins start to seep in, and I can't stand the heat in this room anymore. I don't see why I have to try to keep the memories of you and I from melting away. Why don't they stay instead of breaking down to atoms in the half-life of my heart? I'm over this synthetic love. I'm over this synthetic love with you. I'm over this synthetic love. I'm over this synthetic love with you. I'm over this synthetic love. I'm over this
Rest later.
I'm that interstellar extraterrestrial that hails from the outer limits, beyond the confines of time and space. You about to take a step into the twilight zone when I enter through your ozone. I made first contact with the schizophrenic who suffers from bipolar ×3. Me and my cosmic clan got a plan, see, to gather all resources from this planet. I got this kid backing me up, wearing a traffic cone on his head with a magic stick. It don't matter if you think I'm weird, cause I got green skin like a lizard. My boy's a wizard, and that's facts, so best get back if you coming to attack. Cause I got the master plan in hand, and everybody knows that this ain't no motherfucking oddity. This is Space Odyssey. So everybody follow me through this odyssey as we unlock the secrets of the universe. Everybody follow me through this odyssey as we unlock the secrets of the universe. Yeah.
I know what's really wrong with Earl. He's possessed. Get two-stepping, fool, before I wreck you.
Yo, Earl, them threads be off the chain. What you blowing smoke for? You want box home? Man, get out of my face, Tim, man. Why don't you go ask the wizard for a pair of nuts?
It's not what your mother said.
Zeta, I can assure you that science has proven time and again that video games cannot corrupt the human mind. As a matter of fact, most psychiatrists recommend their use for therapeutic reasons, whether it's for someone suffering from depression or post-traumatic stress disorder. Take it from me, I'm a scientist.
Professor Tasker, it's Earl.
This is Professor Horace Tasker. It's time to assemble the motherfucking task force. We need our best hacker, and we're going to need some plasma rifles, because if this shit don't work, we're gonna have to murk a motherfucking robot.
Did your companion not probe you this morning?
Hey, you silly little metal man. Why are you being so hateful? I make love, not war. You should stop being such a jerk, or I'm going to get Ricardo to come beat your ass. Okay, you asked for it, sweetie. Ricardo, this guy's being mean to me. It's that robot. He's not acting right. No, babe, don't bring your machete. I just want you to beat him up. I don't want nobody to die. Gosh, why is everyone so obsessed with death?
I got this. Oh dear, oh my. What happened to me? Why am I wearing this chain?
And that was our season 3 opening episode. And what better way to end this show than by thanking every single one of our artists. So once again, I want to say thank you to Sarin, Senza, Kinesis, theyfriend, and Sega Octopus, as well as our co-creator, always in the room, and every single one of the artists that was featured in our music video block. But with that, I also want to say a couple other things, which are, this show, in the intro, we talked a little bit about, allusions to improvisation, how there's also the technicality of how this show is put together. And that is very much true, and was not just a mere poeticisms of sorts to just merely seem a little further impassioned. I believe, and I speak for myself, and not for the rest of the show, when I say that the best way of showing that passion is by putting further effort into what I want to help doing, or bring in the show, to be more precise. And I really am thankful to Futuro Surf and to Sega Octopus for helping put together with, whether they fully realize it or not, the new intro that we now have on our upcoming show and our season going forward is something that I am really thankful and glad that they were able to collaborate on. It's another thing that makes me happy to be able to be part of the show, and further helps me feel not only able but further energized to do what I do here at the show. And with that, I also want to say that I am going to be a little boastful to myself here for a second and say that I'm really quite blown away at the fact that we've managed to actually put together this season episode, as I am still currently undergoing a new job that I've started besides doing this show. And one of the big reasons that this job that I've been doing has been a new thing for me is because I want to continue to upgrade stuff, both you know, technologically and behind the scenes, and to also be able to have an opportunity to go to places and meet with other people, and not only that but cover events. And the best way to do some of those things is to further invest some of that. And I really have learned a lot through this month since we last did our season 2 finale till now. And as a host and as a person that's able to talk to all of you, and you know, any of you that stick around for this long, this is really who I'm talking to primarily, is any of you that hang around this long or come back to the stream later on. I mean, I feel like you guys are not only like friends but guiding forces, because some of you have gone out of your way to talk to me, or we have already been friends, and it's great to have so many of you that, you know, in between every episode really check up on me or check up on some of my other like teammates on my on this show of ours here. And like, when I say, and like I almost have a Freudian slip of saying my show, it's just because for once I actually feel like I have an equal part ownership in this show for once. I mean, like, it's amazing to see some of the stuff like Dominic does, and like some of the stuff that Sega does, Futuro does, and for me to come out as a host and just kind of do research to interview people, you know, I just, like, I look at animators and the people that we have, like, again, on this show, and, you know, I don't necessarily feel like what I do isn't enough, but it's certainly great to feel that I'm doing more to help further push this show that I think we're all really, again, passionate about, but we also have grown a lot from a lot of the artists that we've had on this show, and a lot of you all also that have watched the show for as long as we've not only done it on YouTube, but for as long as we've done it on Twitch. And for that reason, again, thank you all for having and bearing so much patience, because we do notice that, again, we didn't do an episode in April. We were intending to, but while I was working and still working on this show as well, you know, we wanted to assure that we could continue to bring a show that you're all familiar with, and not come with a half measure or anything that would feel as if we also weren't taking the equal amount of love, attention, and also equality that we have brought to all our other performers and guests for these ones as well. And we look forward to bringing and doing so much more on this season and any upcoming season that we do forward of this show. And with that, I just want to say once again, thank you to all of you that stick around for this long or come back and watch the show later on once it's already premiered. And for those of you that look for other stuff that not only I, but any of the other artists that are part of this team and are part of this show also do as well. So with that, I just want to say thank you, and we hope you have a wonderful day. We'll see you next month for another edition of Sight, Sounds, and Conversations. Thank you.